evening. This is the informational session for the alum permit that we have in process with the DES. We're very fortunate to have Ms. Amy Smagula from the DES, as well as David Niels. Our certified lake manager, Hillary Kenyon, is on the line. We have some other folks from the community as well. Amy and David have been very, very helpful to our lake for a number of years. As everyone's aware, we've been doing projects, and the DES has been a great partner to our water body, and we've done a substantial amount of work on the watershed and won awards, etc. But we've gotten to the point where to address the issue of cyanobacteria in our lake, we are looking to do an aluminum sulfate placement treatment of our water body, similar to others that have successfully been done within New Hampshire as of late and throughout the country for the past 50 years. So this is something that I think is going to be an amazing transformation. And if I could just, introduce Amy. Amy, if you want to kind of give your title, and David as well, and kind of, that'd be great. Oops, sorry, still on mute.
Yep, sorry. Yeah. Hi, Amy Smagula. Some of you may know me because I did a lake and watershed study on Baboosic Lake many years ago. I am the Chief Aquatic Biologist and the Director of the Jody Connor Limnology Center at the Department of Environmental Services.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for sharing some of your time this evening. My name is David Niels. I'm the Administrator of the Watershed Management Bureau at DES, and very happy to have you here and hear what Hillary is going to share with us, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have relative to the permitting process prior alum projects after Hillary gives her presentation.
All right. So with that, Hillary, if you don't mind starting. Thankfully, she's had a little bit of a busy day and is, stopped on the side of the road to give this presentation, and we have a backup plan as well. But one way or another, I really appreciate you getting on here, Hillary. Nope, still on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Really appreciate you joining in on this meeting. My name is Hillary Kenyon. I'm a certified lake manager with Applied Watershed Sciences. I've been working on Baboosic Lake and with Baboosic Lake for about the last 3 years now, all working towards figuring out what the best management solutions are for managing water quality. Consider this presentation an overview of what's been done so far with the alum permit process, but I also am going to go over some background information. And just bear with me for a second while I figure out how to share my screen with only one screen. Entire screen, okay. Here we go. Okay. So I can't see you anymore, but you should be able to still see me and the presentation. Is that correct?
We do. Yep, you're good.
Okay. All right. So just to start, I like to begin presentations with sort of like a high-level zoomed-out view of lake management and how lakes change over time. The process of a lake accumulating nutrients on a natural scale usually happens over thousands of years. But when humans change what's going on in the watershed, it increases the load of those nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus, which are the two primary plant and algae nutrients. Through things like fertilizer use, urban runoff, non-point source pollution, erosion, sedimentation, all things that can be stopped to some degree, but are really difficult, and there's a lot of moving targets involved with watershed management long-term. Eventually, the lake goes through enough of a change, enough of a sediment accumulation, and it's going to start to internally recycle some of those nutrients that have been captured and then settled to the bottom of the lake sediment. And that's when you get the conditions that we refer to as eutrophic, where you have dominance by phytoplankton and cyanobacteria and or excessive amounts of algae and aquatic plant growth. And the most easily visible symptom of nutrient enrichment or eutrophication is the loss of water clarity. So throughout the course of the season at Baboosic, you start for the majority of the early summer with fairly good and consistent water clarity. But towards the end of the season is when you start to get symptoms of eutrophic stages, where less than 2 meters of water clarity in open water usually is dominated in the summer by cyanobacteria, and that kind of loss of clarity is driven primarily by phosphorus. Low lakes tend to have less than 10 micrograms per liter, and that's where you get this really clear stage, mesotrophic conditions, which for the most part, Baboosic is mesotrophic, but it's also kind of pushing up into this eutrophic stage where occasionally at the end of the season, you see these 20 plus concentrations of phosphorus at the surface. And these are just some photos of what that looks like at Baboosic Lake. Some photos of surface scums of various different types of cyanobacteria. And for the most part, it's in August through September and October. And this presentation is going to talk a lot about internal loading. So I'm just going to back up and review about external loading. Anything that falls in the watershed of Baboosic Lake is going to eventually travel to the lake and bring with it lots of phosphorus and nitrogen. The 2011 total maximum daily load report, or TMDL model, estimated that Baboosic Lake was retaining up to 73% of watershed phosphorus. And the majority of that phosphorus goes to the lake sediments. And what happens over time is, particularly in lakes that have periodic or prolonged stratification, where you have the development of a thermocline in the summer season that prevents the amount of oxygen at the surface from getting down to the bottom, you develop anoxic conditions or low oxic conditions. That allows iron-bound phosphorus to be released from the sediments and then mixed up into the upper water column where algae and cyanobacteria can take advantage of it. That's referred to as the internal load. And really, it's affected by a number of things, but it tends to be very physically oriented. So in cases where you have, like Baboosic, a shallow lake for the most part, you're not a 50-foot deep lake. A lot of the area that would be potentially controlled with an algal is only about 20 feet deep. But you don't have a true hypolimnion, which means that the nutrients that are forming in the anaerobic zone are actually more vulnerable for getting into the surface and drawing the or increasing the phytoplankton growth. One of the things that I've observed over the last few seasons is that your worst blooms of the season happen almost always right as the thermocline is starting to erode at fall turnover. When those nutrients that have been accumulated at the bottom are mixed into the surface. And unfortunately, you have really limited options for cyanobacteria management. Cyanobacteria thrive off of easily available nutrients. So when internal loading of phosphorus occurs, it's in a bioavailable form. It's released in summer at the peak growing season of cyanobacteria, and it's right where they need it. And the options, as I said, fairly limited. We've talked about this before, but you can kill them with algicides, which is really just a maintenance technique. And it really has to be done multiple times in a season if you maintain high phosphorus concentrations and you're not taking care of those concentrations if you're just killing the algae. The second would be to try to use a circulation device to move the water column enough to try to outcompete the cyanobacteria and drive it into another type of phytoplankton, or to allow the lake to be mixed in a way that wind does naturally, but much stronger. So basically you would get rid of that anoxic zone and thereby reduce the amount of phosphorus coming out of the sediments. But it's not just iron-bound sediments that are, or iron-bound phosphorus that's being released from the sediments. There's also recycling of organic phosphorus in the sediments. And the only tried and true method of very successful lowering of nutrients in the water column is usually a phosphorus inactivation treatment with aluminum sulfate, or alum. I want to be clear that the impact of an alum treatment, if it is pursued, is likely going to be seen only in the August to the end of the season time. It's much less likely to impact the water clarity, which is already really good for the most part in most seasons at Baboosic Lake earlier in the season. Internal load happens at as the water column warms. It starts to happen more, and towards the end of the season, it tends to be the worst. So when we first started doing the extra monitoring in 2023, I made some initial recommendations. Since that time, more information has been collected. There's been back and forth communication with the New Hampshire DES. We realized what kind of information DES would require in order to move forward with an alum treatment, and the plan itself has been redeveloped to suit that need. In 2025, towards the end of, I just finished revising it for a second time, actually, that DES is going to get to review this again. We provided an updated phosphorus budget, including the watershed, and calculated that about 32% of the manageable phosphorus load is actually from internal sources. And that's what is manageable. It's really only about 14% of the total. But keep in mind that a lot of the nutrients that are coming from the watershed are actually not immediately bioavailable and often settle in shallow waters where it's not necessarily going to lose oxygen and be as much of a problem. I want to be clear that if you move forward with an alum treatment, myself and the BLA and the towns and DES are all expecting us to continue to do watershed management to improve the longevity of the alum treatment. So what does phosphorus reduction via alum treatment look like? It is the use of aluminum sulfate, and we also need to use a buffering agent to maintain a stable pH. That would be sodium aluminate. Aluminum is used or the aluminum sulfate hydrolyzes in the water, and it forms this white flock here. It is used in drinking water and wastewater treatment. It's also used in pharmaceuticals in some cases. And basically what you're seeing here is the process of flocculation and then sedimentation. So when we treat Baboosic Lake, you're going to see, I'll show you some pictures in a second, the white flock forming, and then it's going to start to settle as it binds phosphorus through the water column, and then it will settle onto the bottom of the surface of sediments and bind phosphorus that would be coming out of the sediments. The 83-acre alum treatment zone is based on the dissolved oxygen profile data that's been collected for years by volunteers and also in 2024 by myself. We've split the treatment into north, middle, and south treatment zones, and we anticipate not treating more than 25 grams of aluminum per meter squared per day in each treatment zone. The total dosage is based on a sediment samples that were collected by Northeast Aquatic Research at the end of 2022, and it would be a 62 gram of aluminum per meter squared, what we consider sediment locking dosage. A higher dosage would potentially treat a larger amount of phosphorus in the sediment, but it's common to treat just the top 10 centimeters, even though in some cases more than the top centimeters might actually be involved in the internal load. So this is a really good graphic that I stole from somebody else's website, Forest Lake Alum Treatment. Alum is applied as a liquid, and sodium aluminate is also applied as a liquid. They're mixed in the water column, and the flock starts to form. As the flock forms, it's going to bind with available phosphorus in the water column and other particulates, trap them, and sink them to the lake bottom, at which point you have the phosphorus start to cover the bottom of the sediments in the deep water zone that will be treated and prevent the internal phosphorus from coming out and being available. Eventually, the phosphorus that's coming from the watershed is going to come in and settle on top of this alum flock. We believe that there's going to be about a 9.5-year improvement in water clarity in the late season and reduction in phosphorus in the late season. But if watershed management doesn't continue and people are using fertilizers and not committing to improving their own footprint in the watershed, you might have less of a longevity of this treatment. Solitude Lake Management is the applicator that's been chosen. My company, Applied Watershed Sciences, is just science. We're just consultants. We don't do any of these treatments. Solitude, on the other hand, is a national company that does alum treatments all over the country, and they've been responsible for the majority of the treatments at the New England area and New York areas. They, I believe, did all the treatments that happened so far at in New Hampshire. And this is the barge. Basically, the chemical is supplied subsurface through these hoses. They have onboard flow monitoring devices to allow them to know approximately how much they're distributing in any given area, and they're driving at a rate that you're getting an accurate treatment per meter squared of the product. This is what it looks like with the alum floc forming, and then when it starts to settle, it will move out of sight, and what's left behind is very clear water. Some more treatment details here. So I mentioned that we're suggesting no more than 25 grams of aluminum per meter squared per day, and that's a precaution to keep the amount of acid-soluble aluminum and total aluminum low enough to meet water quality acute standards. We are proposing to treat only water that's greater than 14 feet deep, so the shoreline's more sensitive zones are not going to be affected. And the treatment date is supposed to target the late spring time period before the severe loss of oxygen, and that will give ample untreated water and ample oxygenated water for fish and other organisms to escape the direct treatment area. Using the sodium aluminate buffer is also how we're going to maintain stable pH. It's going to be a constant monitoring during the treatment itself to make sure that if an adjustment needs to be made, then it can be done in the field. The laneways approach was an approach pioneered by other consultants, FB Environmental and Laura Deemer, about making the treatment barge basically skip a laneway of the width of the barge itself. And that just gives direct refuge to any organism that wants to escape the actual alum before it flocks in the water column. I want to go over some expectations. To be super upfront, you should see an immediate improvement in water clarity, an immediate phosphorus reduction. You should see a significant reduction in the internal phosphorus load and significant reduced lake-wide phosphorus concentrations, particularly in the August through November time period. The improved water clarity is also going to be in the August to November time period. I hope to see upwards of 9.5 years. I also expect that there's going to be some use restrictions as part of the permit approval process. I believe the Kanesaka project, out of just general precautions, was asking people not to use the water for withdrawal or swimming during the treatment and post 24 hours after the treatment. The treatment is expected to take place over about a week of time, with 3 days of treatment and then a rest period for a weekend and then an extra 2 days. But based on weather conditions, it might take a little bit longer than that because the application needs to be done in ideal weather conditions, so as we don't have any unintended consequences. There are risks associated with doing an alum treatment. Sort of out of order here, but the pH imbalance is one that's most frequently cited. Alum or aluminum in the water column outside of a certain pH range can become toxic to aquatic organisms, particularly small fish or invertebrates and zooplankton. But the real-time monitoring mitigates this risk the best that we're able to. And the calculations that are done in the field and with the equipment that's actually distributing the product, it allows us to be able to apply it in a way that would be maintaining that stable pH. One of the risks of doing an alum treatment is that it might not be a high enough dose. The dosing of alum treatments is, I would say it's not quite a standard science. There are multiple ways that you could do a sediment locking dosage. Some people use the top 4 centimeters of sediment. Some people use the top 10 centimeters of sediment. Some people do a lot more sediment profile monitoring to be sure that they're actually accounting for all of the phosphorus in the sediment. But that takes a lot more work and a lot more laboratory expense, and so it wasn't done back in the 2022 time period. If you do not see the level of improvement that we were expecting post-treatment in phosphorus reduction for a number of years, it's likely because the product was not dosed high enough. I don't think that that will be the case based on the 62 grams per meter squared that I've proposed, but it's always possible, so that is a risk. there's also a possibility that because the watershed load is still high, that watershed inputs are going to cover the alum treatment in a shorter time period than we were expecting. And then I want to be clear that you're going to see improvements in lake water quality and clarity and phosphorus, but the cyanobacteria are highly adaptable. And I would not be surprised that post-treatment you still had some surface cyanobacterial blooms. My hope would be that you do not have lake-wide poor clarity and surface blooms that are spread throughout the lake for extended periods of time. It is common in mesotrophic and even oligotrophic lakes to have very short-lived surface accumulations of cyanobacteria in low nutrient lakes, despite the fact that they have really, really clear water for the most part. But if you see a couple specks of cyanobacteria like this or along shore, in a lake that has low phosphorus, generally they don't last longer than about 24 hours. So I'm trying to be straight with you that it's not going to 100% solve all cyanobacteria problems. And I believe that, and in the plan itself, which will be public shortly, the operation and safety plan is reducing all potential for spill and containment, and the applicators are very experienced in using these chemicals. And finally, alum treatment is designed to restore the ecological balance and the recreational value. We want long-term success, but that success is also going to require watershed follow-up. This alum treatment would take care of the watershed nutrients that have come from the last 100 years and settled at the bottom of the lake and are now recycling, but it's not going to do anything for the nutrients that are still coming into the lake from various sources. So what you do on your own property really, really matters. Please do not use fertilizers. It's very counterintuitive there. And of all of the options that were considered to come to the selection of alum, this is really the only product that has the best track history and the highest possibility for a timely success, and also for a reasonable cost. And I guess with that, we can take some questions.
And Hillary, if I could jump in, Obadiah Dart here. So thank you very much, Hillary. I appreciate it. I wanted to actually hold off on questions just for the moment. We had a couple other folks to kind of jump in. One thing I would just state as well, obviously, in this assessment, we have to be conservative, but, other lakes, one of the previous lake, Kezar Lake, that was applied in 1984, still has substantially lower, side. They might have a little bit now, but for 20 to 30 years, there was effectiveness. So obviously, I know we got to give, kind of a worst case scenario, and that's what everyone wants to know. But there is also a strong possibility that it is highly effective beyond this 9.5 years. Obviously, if you say it's any less or whatever, and at 11 years you go and do it, the actual results on a lot of these lakes have been in excess of the basically the initial kind of plotted outcomes, right? So
yeah.
I would just put that in there.
I will add that based on the data that I've seen and the reaction of the phytoplankton and cyanobacteria to the nutrients in the bottom and the internal load itself, I don't think there's a situation where you're going to be able to remediate water quality without doing some type of in-lake management, like an alum treatment.
Yeah, it's not possible. And the fourth option, I know you listed 3 options. The fourth is dredging. Now, obviously, that's that's the electric rail. That's what no one wants to speak about. In our lifetimes, maybe at the end of mine, there will be dredging. There will have to be dredging of these things. And maybe I'm totally wrong and, out of my mind. But that is the only way you actually get those nutrients out. We are locking those, toxic chemicals at the bottom of the lake with this treatment. If you remove them, now, obviously, that's a lot more money. That's a lot more permitting. That's a lot more disruptive. Dredging happens all over the United States. That's how, they're taking care of, the Hudson River and Schenectady and the Mississippi River on a daily basis. But that is your fourth option, which again is not feasible in our situation. But that is the only other way to get it out. And I only bring it up just because it's a little bit contentious, but it is out there. So we're fortunate to have with us a friend of mine tonight, who is an Amherst resident, but also a member of the Lake Kanasaka waterfront community. Matthew Rosenfeld and his wife Lynette own the Lake Life brand of clothing, which represents the best fashions for enjoying our lakes that we know and love. Unfortunately, Lake Life for them, as has been for Baboosic residents, involves staying out of the water for extended periods of time due to cyanobacteria blooms. As you're all aware, Kanasaka has received an alum treatment in 2024 and has had great results since. I thought it would be nice if Matt, if you wouldn't mind, just kind of talking about your experience, with the alum placement, Solitudes, how they did and kind of that process and, how it's been these last couple summers for you folks.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Obviously, I have a couple of different places where the lakes are meaningful for me. First and foremost, the home base lake is Lake Kanasaka in Moulton Borough. Obviously, we live year round here in New Hampshire, in Amherst, and my love for life on the lake built into a business that is supporting life on the lake throughout the state of New Hampshire and nationally as well. I've been involved with the New Hampshire Lakes organization for quite some time as part of this business. And what I can tell you is doing nothing isn't an option. I am not the scientific expert. I am not, to be taken outside of the context in which I have experienced this. But Kanasaka has been fantastic. We got married in on the water 22 years ago in the backyard my wife grew up in, the house my wife grew up in. This lake has not been as clear as it is now or over the last 2 summers, as far back as I can remember. The reality is that Kanasaka and Baboosic have been doing mitigation for years. We're doing our best to continue to keep boots on the ground, as they call it up at Kanasaka. But doing nothing isn't going to make it happen, and dredging isn't really feasible. So the other option is do the best you can, and it's been fantastic. And so I would love to, I'd love to hear from anyone else who had questions, but it has gone from clear and lovely to every August, September was getting uglier. And then it started coming in the beginning of the summer. And there have been summers where we go vacation elsewhere during the summertime because it was not swimmable in August in particular. This year, last year, the lake is crystal clear. It is, you can see the life inside the lake. And the reality is that there are going to be blooms here and there, right? It doesn't lock in everything in the shallows if you don't treat the shallows. But it has been intermittent and really short-lived. And so I can't say enough about how much it's made a difference on Kanasaka and Moulton Borough.
Awesome. I appreciate that. There was an article, obviously, in the Boston Globe, probably everyone saw it, and they tried to get a catchy title of, did the alum, but didn't work. And you read, you're like, oh my God, did it not work? What happened? And you read the article, and it's like, yeah, no, it's working, and it's pretty great. But again, it's there could be some small blooms. Again, to your point of the shallow areas that are not treated and have a slightly different type. But in general, like I said, it was pretty transformational that you found and worth it.
100%. And through the process, everybody's getting smarter and trying better, to use the water in different ways and to treat it from outside with more thought and care. Fantastic.
Matt, would you mind staying on for a minute? I had just a couple other folks to jump in. We're going to open the questions. From Camp Young Judea, we have the executive director, John Spack. Camp Young Judea has been on the lake, I think, was it the 60th anniversary this year? It was something like that. But,
85.
John, if you don't mind just kind of jumping in for a minute and kind of letting folks know kind of how you feel and kind of, what you'd like to see as part of this.
Can you hear me okay? So thank you so much.
Yep.
Camp Young Judea, more commonly known Camp YJ these days. We've been on the shores of Baboosic Lake Baboosic, or Babu, as our campers joyously call it. We've been around for 80. We celebrate our 86th summer. We actually started in Massachusetts. The history is fascinating, but we've been a proud neighbor, and I'm joined. Steve Stoddard, who's our director of facilities, lives on site on across the street from camp year round. And we had 414 campers this summer. We have anywhere from, high 390s, and we're, as you may hear some things across the lake, we're upgrading some for the facilities, and we're going to have more campers going forward to continue a longstanding tradition. And the lake is a center point of what makes a difference for YJ. We're a camp that has a lake and a pool. We offer all of the water activities and have amazing relationships with so many of you around the lake who give us amazing feedback to slow down when we have our 19-year-old boat drivers going around, but also really helping us out when our aqua park flotations move across the lake, and you're amazing neighbors and helping us as well. But the fact of the matter is there were 15 days in a row this summer where the lake was unusable. And that's 400 plus campers that were unable to water ski, unable to swim in the lake, unable to use what had for 85 years been a reliable source of joy for so many. Not to mention, we're part of the BLA. Steve is a member. My goal this summer is to be more present and meet all of you. But this is super serious for us. And to have, but I'm so grateful to be here, because what I'm hearing is what, from my lens, who doesn't have much experience, is a challenge that I didn't know how surmountable it was. There's clear solutions, and we're a big part of helping to figure out how to do that. As one of the largest lake users over the course of June, July, and August. So I'm very grateful. And Obi, thank you for including me, and we're proud to be here. But the urgency I'm representing is not just from the 414 campers from this past summer, the thousands of alumni who look for photos and want to hear about the things happening at the lake specifically.
Great. Thank you very much, John, and really appreciate everything that you all do for us as well. And then finally, I have Irene Berry from the Amherst Parks and Recreation Department. She's joined us this past year. It's gotten one season in, running kind of the public beach for Amherst, which is a big source of entertainment and fun and activities and camps. My own kids have kind of worked there as well, and been campers. Irene, would you mind just jumping in real quick and giving a quick synopsis of kind of how, Silo has been affecting your operations?
Absolutely, I can. And thank you very much for inviting me. I'm actually really kind of used to Zoom, so it took me a while to figure out how to unmute. I apologize for that. So with the camp, and as Obadiah said, this is my first summer as part of Amherst Recreation. But in addition to just your daily visitors to the beach that want to enjoy the beach and the water for swimming, we provide a boat launch for kayaks and paddle boards, in addition to our own kayak and paddleboard rentals. We also, that's the home base for our Baboosic Lake Summer Camp with our campers for 8 weeks out of the year. In addition to also offering swim lessons and a swim team that heavily depends on the accessibility of that water. This summer, we were closed we have records of a total of 25 days that we were closed due to cyanobacteria. The end of that was from August 1st through 17th. We were closed for 17 days in a row. After the 17th, there was still cyanobacteria, but I don't have records of that because I no longer had any staff available, with college and high school students headed back to school and sports.
Gotcha. Nope. So, that's kind of what we kind of got, which is obviously difficult for you and, difficult for staffing and revenue and just kind of trying to plan. So thank you for giving kind of that.
Thank you for having me.
I guess with that, thank you. So with that, we could kind of open up the floor to questions. Again, Amy, I'm not with I'm not used to running 50-person Teams meetings here, but I don't know if we just kind of want to tag or raise a hand. I don't know. Do we raise hands? How does that work?
Yeah, that works. So if you guys look at the top of your screen, there's a bar with icons across the top, and one of them is raise hand. If you click that, it will raise a hand and it will number people in sequence so we can strategically go through and have questions answered. And I can kind of moderate for you guys. The first person is Bob Hoovener. Bob, if you want to unmute yourself and pose your question, whoever is appropriate to field it can do that.
Yeah, hi. So mine's sort of a question and a comment. So we've been out here for 50 years on Washer Cove, and we just moved here permanently like a month ago. We lived in Hollis and brought up our children there. But the interesting part for this is we have another place across the lake, and we actually VRBO it, and we do Airbnb. And we literally, and we'll eventually put our retirement house there. And it's amazing because we have people from all over the world that come to this location, and they talk about New Hampshire, how great it is and everything, how even coming to the US is great, and they had such a great experience. And it has been very frustrating the last couple of years because we've had cases where people literally come from thousands of miles away and they stay there and then they can't swim. And it gives us a sort of bad reputation. They came here, they were expecting a certain experience. They read about the experience that everybody else had, but then they can't actually enjoy the lake. And so, from a New Hampshire tourism point of view and a income that we get as a state from the room and meals tax, which our guests pay, I would just say, I think it is really bad that the kids at the camps can't do it, the swimming, et cetera, but it's also a bigger picture. We as a state are known as a great place to come and vacation and everything. And it's gotten to the point where you can't necessarily reliably say that guests that come to visit you either at our home or at our rental property will actually be able to use the lake. And that's something I think as a state we want to do our best to address because it is a great state. We all love it. It has a certain aura, even in the US, and working with our state tourism people to help them understand the impact this has on our reputation globally, I think is an important thing. So thank you.
Amy, what about the questions on the chat as well?
Oops,
Yeah,
I actually just responded to them, but
Okay.
if you want to go any further, Hillary, you can.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go back one. So by not treating the shallows, are we minimizing the risk to the wildlife? Yes, that is one of the goals of not treating the shallow water areas. Is there data around fish population pre and post treatment? Amy might be able to speak better to that. I do not personally have data to share about pre and post alum treatments and fish populations. Fish population surveys are generally like large scale electroshocking surveys, and since we don't expect to see any fish mortality, and if the alum treatment is done correctly, I don't think that there is a lot of that data.
Yeah, so we don't really do pre and post aluminum treatment fish studies in New Hampshire. Hillary's right, it would be an electrofishing boat or some type of netting exercise to collect fish, identify them, weigh them, and do some other metrics on them. And we just don't do that because we don't have the fishing game capacity to do that. I can tell you that during treatment, we do real-time monitoring so that we're observing the fishery topside. And if there were impacts to the fishery or wildlife in general, any aquatic life, we would see that during the treatment or post-treatment. So we build that into the permit as a condition that aquatic life monitoring is required. You'd see fish floating up or insects or aquatic life, obviously at the surface if there was a toxicity issue.
Amy, can I just jump in
and-
for a minute, real quick? Yeah, this is Dave Niels. I'm the administrator of the Watershed Bureau, formerly a fisheries biologist. So I'll fill you in just a little bit on that. Aluminum is toxic to fish. And it's one of the things. Remember acid rain, which is still going on. But that was the biggest concern about acid rain, was the release of aluminum. But we have state water quality criteria that we monitor very closely relative to the aluminum treatments. And that's how we manage the toxicity to the fish. So that's really critical. It's probably the biggest part of the monitoring component, and is really what drives the dosage rates of the alum product. So that's how we manage any toxicity or impacts to fish.
Hillary, if you want to keep going through the chat, then we'll jump to Chuck afterwards.
Yeah, so someone also was asking about what the timeline would look like. Right now, we've done a lot of back and forth with the DES about refining what the treatment would look like, what the dosage would look like, and what the impact and like chance of success is. And that's all been tabulated and into the updated version of the application. I'm not sure exactly when that's going to be made public, but at some point it's going to also be subject to, I imagine, another public hearing, right, Amy? Yeah, and then ideally, we would be able to treat by June of 2026.
So again, I'll just follow a little bit along on that with the process for DES and our permitting process. This would be the fourth alum treatment that we've done. The three prior ones that we've done have typically gone through the permitting process in the winter months. We do some pre-application review work, and then once the application is in good shape, we certify the application is complete. We follow an administrative rule, and it's been taking about 60 to 90 days, closer to the 60-day time period, to get that permit application approved. And that does include a public hearing.
Thank you. To answer the next question about sonic devices like LG Sonic Solutions, I have had direct experience with lakes that have installed huge numbers of these type of sonic devices, and it was not affecting the cyanobacteria at all in that case. There are newer products out there that claim to use different frequencies that maybe last longer or travel farther, but in almost every case that I've seen the data from, they're just not effective. And like they're also just supposed to lyse cyanobacteria cells, which would mean that you're not actually managing any of the nutrients and phosphorus in the lake. I don't, what other questions are there? Oh, okay. So somebody asked about alum versus solar powered subsurface aerators. So one of the problems with subsurface aeration systems is that in shallow water bodies like yours, it could potentially make internal loading worse, because by using an aeration system at the bottom, whether it's an upwelling or a downwelling system, circulating the water artificially will improve the oxygen, but it's also going to warm the sediment of the sediment surface faster, which could potentially increase the internal load. And it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to completely oxygenate the sediment surface. It's usually patchy oxygen in those situations where you have like very small microzones of anaerobic areas that still release phosphorus, and yet at the same time you're moving the water enough for that phosphorus that is still being recycled to be moved directly into the water column and used on a more wider scale. I have a really funny photo that someone took of an aerial lake that had installed a $500,000 aeration system with like 20 different large aerators, and cyanobacteria blooms everywhere in the lake with just the like holes of the aeration around it. So I do not recommend that as a cyanobacteria or phosphorus management strategy.
Yeah, and I'll just ask or add from a state perspective, one of the application components that we ask potential applicants to complete is an alternatives analysis. So they go through the entire process, which Hillary's discussed well tonight, of considering different options in terms of ways to manage cyanobacteria. So that's included in the application that will be made available for public review.
Nice. Amy, do you want to, I think Chuck is up next, maybe?
Chuck, there's one more question in the chat about fireworks impacts and phosphorus loading, then we can go to Chuck. So I can take that one and others can chime in too. So there is evidence that different types of fireworks can add phosphorus and other elements, nutrients into surface waters if the fireworks are set off over the surface water. The different colors that you see in the fireworks have different chemical makeups. So I believe it's the blue has higher phosphorus than some of the other ones, and then some of the other colors have different elements as well. There are also some toxic chemicals in those. So we know everybody loves their fireworks, but we do encourage you to limit their use over the surface water. And certainly if you do it over the surface water, to remove any debris and don't let it settle into the lake directly if there's any fuselage or other material that gets generated from those fireworks.
Hey, Amy.
Yeah.
Amy, can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
This is Keith Morris. I'm up in the corner.
Yep.
I live in the old Severance house, and I'm also I'm in the New Hampshire Pyrotechnics Association, and on the board of directors. And just to clarify the phosphorus question, there was a time when fireworks had quite a bit of phosphorus in them. Modern ones have very, very small trace quantities of phosphorus, and which is it's a conscious result of the phosphorus reduction movement that started whenever 10 years ago. So there's very little phosphorus in modern fireworks. The colors that you see, the stars and all that, they have zero phosphorus. Everything has some nitrates in it, but phosphorus these days is a thing of the past. The biggest challenges are, like you said, the debris, and especially the plastic debris. And there's also a movement underway now to eliminate plastics from fireworks, and that's plastics that would end up in the water. So there's work going on because this is a problem. Like you said, people like firework displays, realize that they do affect lake waters to some extent, but it's not as bad as it used to be, and it's continuing to get better all the time.
Thank you for that, Keith. Dave did share in the chat a link to our fireworks fact sheet, and maybe we can work with you at some point to revisit the chemistry on that based on the new chemicals and components that go into that. So thanks, Keith.
Right.
Chuck, you've been waiting for a question for a bit. You want to ask your question?
Actually, it's more of a comment. Okay. My wife and I have been on the lake for 60 plus years. We've noticed over the years significant algae blooms, over various lakes. We've noticed over the years, at least up to about 15 years ago, that the lake water would actually drop about 24 inches or so, about 2 feet, from spring to fall over the years. However, over the last probably 15 years, since the beavers took job over Baboosic Brook and did their thing, that the lake no longer drops that significantly, and the amount of algae blooms we've had has decreased significantly. Over the past couple of years, we've noticed something that people are now reporting algae blooms basically at the town lake. And when they do, we check our lake pretty much daily during the summer for algae, signs of algae, cyanobacteria. and find very little, even though the town lake area, the beach area, reports that they have it. Now, there's one thing that I know is, and it may have an effect, I'm hoping it is result of it. For the past, I don't know, 40 years, my wife goes out almost on a daily basis and cleans the leaves and debris that are on our sandy beach area. It's mostly underwater, but the leaves and stuff are there starting in the spring and pretty much every day throughout the summer. Not only ours, but the neighbors on either side of us. One of them's Obadiah Dart's place. And as a result, this summer we only had, I think, 2 days when we had any cyanobacteria showing up in the water, and as a result did not use the beach for swimming, even though the town had, I think you said 17 days, and most of the other surrounding areas had multiple days when they couldn't use the water because of that. So that may be, if you remove the debris from around your beach area, if you can, it should, I'm hoping, it has with our thing, significantly reduce the risk or chance of cyanobacteria algae blooms in at least your area. So that's one thing I think people should actually look at to do. My wife does it religiously, okay? So with that, I think doing this thing with the alum would probably be a great idea to reducing it nationwide. On the other hand, one more piece is I was an avid scuba diver for, I don't know, 20 years and dove this lake all the time. The bulk of the debris on the bottom of the lake that would be causing the phosphorus is typically within about 100 to 200 feet from the shoreline. If you get out into the middle is actually pretty pebbly. It's it's got some spots where there is some debris, but for the most part, it's mostly pebble surface area. So that's a good thing. So I would say that the bulk of the phosphorus that you're going to try to treat is within a couple 100 feet of the shoreline is where the big problem is, as opposed to in the middle. Okay?
Thank you for that, Chuck.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just a comment on that as well. So cyanobacteria, I'm hearing myself double, sorry. Cyanobacteria blooms when they are lake-wide events tend to be very subjected to wind movement. So when the cells get stuck on the surface and the wind is blowing in a certain location, coves and shallow areas have usually less wind mixing, and unfortunately they end up exhibiting the blooms for a longer period of time, as opposed to where I know Obadiah lives, and probably Chuck as well. You live sort of like on an open zone where it's not a cove, it's a rapid drop off in depth, and there's more wave and wind action as well. So that could be part of why the town was also having higher amounts.
We're at the very end of Clark Avenue. So yeah, the wind typically comes through from Washer Cove, heading from northwest to southeast. So that may be an issue why we have a lot less than the town beach does or the other beaches.
And I would say in general this year, Chuck, this actually, I had one person talk to me at the beach, the get together, basically, like, Obi, this year was the best year. In probably 4 years, it was. We also had ice. We had more ice than we've had in the last 5 years, right? So there's so many different external factors, right? So it's hard to really know. We had a ton of rain in the beginning of the year. Then it was a dry summer. It's hard to know exactly, but what we do know from the analysis is that there is phosphorus at the bottom of this lake, which is directly contributing to shutting down this water body. And last summer was a lot worse than this, and the previous summer was bad. So all in all, I mean, there's definitely we're going to look, we get this done, we're going to ask everybody for a lot, right? Like, we're going to be asking for money, but we're also going to be asking to say, hey, listen, let's go, let's rake up the stuff. I mean, unfortunately, trees don't have a permit to, oak trees don't get a permit. They're overhanging, and they are dropping them in there, and as every year goes by, more and more of those are going and dumping in the bottom, right? But whatever we can do to do that. So, sorry, go ahead, Amy.
Understood.
Jeb?
Thanks for that response. Jeb, you're on deck. And you're still muted. Yep, you're good now. Oh, not anymore. You're still muted.
Can I unmute Jeb? Let me see what I got.
Let me see if I can too.
Yeah. How's that? Is that better?
There he is.
Yeah,
All right.
there you go. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. It was a fantastic presentation, a lot of excellent questions. My question is, if the BLA goes forward with this, what kind of guarantees do you provide us for this investment?
You have no guarantees with a widespread experiment in a lake. You have the science that supports doing the treatment, but there is no guarantee in trying to manage a large water body and manipulate water quality in science.
And what would the cost be if we went forward with this with your company?
It's not my company that would be going forward with it. It would be Solitude Lake Management, the treatment applicator. I would not be contracted directly to do the treatment. It would be them.
What's the experience of the success of these types of treatments?
That's a good question for Dominic, who I believe is on here as well. So Dominic Maringolo. Dominic, are you on the call still?
Yes, Obadiah. Hi, everybody.
Okay, so
Dominic.
just as a brief intro, Dominic spoke at the BLA meeting this past May. Dominic is the preeminent guru of alum applications, if I may say so, for at least the Northeast. Their firm, Solitude, is the largest, and probably, I would say at this point, they've gobbled up just about everybody. They are the preeminent company to do this kind of work. Dominic has been doing it himself for 20, 30 years, something like that. Firm before that did the Lake Quasar treatment. So Dominic, could you just, could you tell me, all right, just a brief little kind of intro on what you've seen? Have you had any failures? Have you had any lakes that have not benefited substantially from your efforts?
No, I think every alum treatment that I've done that's been properly researched, properly, based on science and data has been successful. I think the only times that maybe the treatments haven't worked as well as they were hoped to is when you kind of folks kind of pulled the trigger before they fully understood and they were just looking for a quick solution. But I think there's been a lot of study and assessment that's gone into this plan. So I would say we have a really good chance for success. Yeah.
And also to that effort, Jeb was a couple presidents before me, and led substantial watershed projects around this lake. And again, that's the part that has been, most frustrating, right? Where we've done the watershed restoration, won awards for those efforts, but we still have the issues, right? And that's where you look to internal loading. Mm-hmm. And basically, I would say, had we not done those efforts, that Jeb led, other folks had led, and improved the watersheds substantially. If we hadn't done the community septic system with millions of dollars in investment, every single person on this lake that's on that community septic system pays $2,400 every 3 months for sewer. Basically, $2,400 a year. Basically for their sewer. So if we had not done those investments and done those projects, then I would say our chance of success with this application would be substantially less. But if you do it, if you improve the watershed, again, I've been in extensive discussions with the folks from Nipple Lake. That's where I originally started kind of going down this path. You've heard from the folks at Kanasaka. Again, Partridge Lake, I don't know anyone personally, but I believe, that's been successful as well. And again, New Hampshire for a while, this was not on the, on the ballot to be done. Okay. But this has been done everywhere. Washington State, throughout the South, the Midwest, where we have huge phosphorus loads Okay. New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. This is being done everywhere. We're going to be number 4. We don't want to be number 944. Okay. There's 944 water bodies, lakes and ponds in this state. Okay. We want to be the 4th and get this done. Because I'm going to tell you right now, every single lake in this state is going to want to do this. And I've had folks kind of reaching out to us and basically saying, oh, what do we do? How do we, they've never done watershed restoration. I said, well, you might have 20 years ahead of you at this point, right? We've put in that time, and now it's time to do, the generational improvement that this will provide, I believe. In terms of cost, I don't have it right in front of me right now, but as part of the final treatment application, we'll have that information, but it's in the range of, I think, 300-ish, something like that. And then there's also, consulting fees on top of that to monitor and manage the application, and to make sure that there's, as Amy alluded to, if there's a fish kill, if there's some issue, if there's some drastic change in the pH, right? People use, fish farms, they use, this product all over the place. I had a friend of mine up in northern Vermont that has a trout hatchery. He uses alum all the time, right? Like, you got to do it properly. You got to do it right. But, back in the day, 50, 60 years ago, when they just dumped it in like crazy, you had that potential. Have you had any massive fish kills on anything you've done in the last 20 years, Dominic?
No.
So,
I mean, some great information shared here. Yeah, I mean, the key really is to do it in a responsible manner, maintain stable pH, so that the aluminum is in a flock form and not dissolved. But
yeah. There are some questions about if there are grants available to help offset the cost and the plan to fund this. So yes, there is one grant that we are aware of and applying for funding in the state. I am not sure I'm not sure how much funding there is, and it's not going to cover the entire cost. So there would be at least half that would probably need to be funded by the community and the towns.
I can speak about the grant.
Yeah,
The state was awarded $1 million from the general fund as part of a piece of legislation that was about 2 or 3 years ago at this point. Most of that money is gone or tied up with other projects that it's been allocated to. Unfortunately, we don't have another source of funding lined up to replenish that pot. It was a one-time allocation. We did also receive some American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA money, that was federally allocated to the state, and that was also granted out about a year ago now to a number of projects. So the pot is very small, and it's a competitive basis on a first come, first serve for a project that's already ready to go. So there isn't a lot out there.
Yeah. And we are in the process of putting together our application. Amy gave us to us, and Hillary's got a couple things to update, and we will be submitting that shortly as well, concurrent with our alum permit application. So the reality is, we're going to try to get whatever we can. If Amy's gracious enough to give us what they have in the pot, that would be great. But we are going to have to fundraise, from the members of this water body to do this work.
I don't see any other hands raised. Does anybody have any other questions, either in the chat or raise your hand, and we can give you the mic. Brian. Brian, it looks like you're still muted. And I can't unmute you, so if you could find your mute button, hopefully, either that or you can type your question in the chat. Let's bounce over to Chris until, oh, wait, Brian, did you unmute?
Did I?
You did.
There you go, Brian.
All right, yeah.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Amy. Yeah, we go back to the beginning of testing here at the lake, and this is great. Great presentation. I like hearing what we're saying, but this is probably not what we want to hear. But the question that I have is, in regards to going forward by doing this, one of the things that I see right now on the lake is that we have over 230 homes that are on that are directly on the waterfront, or 173, and then all the homes in back of us. A lot of people don't have access to the lake because we're closed. So how do we get the people involved that are off the lake that might have some role in what is happening to the lake in regards to like fertilizing their lawns, dog poop, all that's going on? So how do we address that? And the other comment that I have is, and I'm sure there are answers to that, but I think it's something that we have to look at. The other is if you take a look at the number of boats that are on the lake right now, again, we have probably a third of the boats aren't even registered here to the state in the state. So they're not contributing to the benefit of providing additional money to help us do these things. So how do we educate those people that we need to have them participate and be part of the process? I think it's a long-term thing. And to raise the funds, I'm sure we can do it. There's grants funds that are out there that we can then apply for, but we need to be able to bring the whole community together, both Merrimack and Amherst, and not just those that are on the lake, but those that are around the watershed.
A lot of towns that have lakes have specific commissions that are making decisions about the lake and lake use and management through the towns, as like you would have any other type of commission in town. There are also situations where instead of just the Baboosic Lake Association, you could form another umbrella organization. The Baboosic Lake Watershed Association could incorporate everyone as well. Those are just some ideas to incorporate people in those like next tiers up, but that still actively use the water body, just don't have lakefront property.
And I would say the Baboosic Lake Association, Brian, as you're well aware, includes numerous members of the watershed, right? It's not just waterfront people. And, listen, we're always looking to improve and do better and bring more people in the fold. And as part of this fundraising effort, that's going to be necessary, right? And everyone's going to have to be involved. And, for the state, for the boats, I mean, obviously, the people got to register their boats, and that's obviously Marine Patrol. If they see that, basically have to enforce it. The Marine, those registration fees aren't going to go per se into a mitigation fund to help, combat cyanobacteria, but obviously it's something that each person as a responsible boat owner and steward of the lake should do, right? So I think that's part of what everyone's got to be watching.
And I think that's the other, there are as Hillary said, other associations, there are homeowners associations. That might be something that we might need to take a look at. I just think that we need to have more involvement, more commitment from everybody around the lake in order to make this happen. It's not going to be easy. Hillary, the association done a heck of a lot of work over the years, and it's there. It's just that we need to get more people here involved to make it happen. So let's do it. Let's make it go.
Thanks, Brian. I just want to put a timeline out there in respect of everyone's time this evening. Let's put a hard stop at 8:30 for questions, and then there will be opportunity to chime in on this further. There will be a public hearing like we talked about earlier, and definitely opportunity for written comment as well. But I just kind of wanted to set a hard stop for all of us. We have 3 more questions that popped up. Chris, you have the floor.
Yeah, just real quickly, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, and the presentations and the information presented have been outstanding. So thank you very much. My question goes back to the grant opportunities, and when I think about grants, I'm not thinking necessarily from the government sector, the public sector. I'm thinking more private. And coming from an education side of things, the amount of grants that are out there for educational purposes are from private entities are massive. But I don't know how to or have the means to research private grants available for common lake treatment or water well-being. And I was just wondering if anybody has heard of any grants out there that are not government related that we could look to possibly apply for.
Chris, Obadiah Dart here. I'm not 100% familiar myself. We have a subcommittee of the Baboosic Lake Association that has begun a fundraising. Basically, it's a fundraising committee, specifically for this effort to basically have the largest fundraising effort in the history of this lake. So I'd welcome. We're not trying to make it a huge group, but it's being led by Jeff Affelt on the lake, and we've had our first meeting and they're coming up with different ideas. But again, if anyone knows or anything, feel free to kind of email us if they're aware of anything. But we're looking at organizations like potentially the NASH, where they look for nonprofit institutions to donate their winnings to, as required by state law. But we're going to be, collecting cans and bringing them to Michigan and doing everything that we need to get the money to do this work. So any and all opportunities would be appreciated.
I also recommend that we continue to connect with the towns and look at town sources of economic improvement funds. That is a way that a lot of the communities that I have worked with have successfully funded remediation projects of various types.
All right. We have Keith next, followed by John.
Yeah, I thought I would throw my 2 cents in with the fundraising. So I don't know how much people on the lake have been through any significant fundraising experience, but I've only been here for 2 years, I guess, 2-3 years. But I've been through a couple of these, and one is the HOA where I live in North Carolina. We have a 100-year-old dam we have to take care of, and it's needed significant repairs. And we've had to raise $1 million for that. So that is a process that we are going through. And I think Obi brought it up, the fact that we are an HOA does make it easier. If you're not an HOA, even if you have a vote to, basically collect a certain amount of money from each member, they aren't compelled to give that because there are no rules, there are no covenants, so it becomes more difficult. And it can still be done, I think.
To clarify. Yeah, just to clarify, Keith, we are definitely not an HOA. So there is no so there's no mandatory giving. It's going to be
right. No, that's my point. And so it's going to be more difficult, to get people to contribute. And then the thing with the secondary people, the people that are not right on the lake, we have the same issue Our pitch to people to contribute is, well, if the dam breaks, the lake drains, there's no lake anymore. And the people that don't live on the lake say, well, I don't care. I don't live on the lake. And that's a fallacy, though, because what happens is the real estate value drops for everybody. And in the subdivision, that's, you know, with as long as they're in the subdivision that's called Sunset Lake. And this has happened quite a few times, but anyway, the point there is the secondary people may have less interest in giving money, but the way to combat that is to point out they are benefiting from having a healthy lake, even if they live 3 blocks away. You know, if they're somehow associated with Baboosic Lake, and you can give prospective buyers reports that the lake is doing very well, and that helps a lot, as opposed to if the lake becomes ultimately a swamp. That would hurt values for everybody, you know, not just lakefront. So there's a lot of intricacies there, and just thought I would point some of that out.
Thank you, Keith.
Thanks, Keith. John?
Yeah, hi. So just as far as timeline, with the assumption that everything goes according to plan, with like the permitting process, the funding, everything goes, what does that look like, assuming everything goes according to plan? And I guess there might be a better question around like the company around funding, like is it assumed in, you know, that all the funding would need to be in hand in full, the 300,000 to 400,000, or is this something that would be like, you know, we need to raise 300,000 to 400,000, but over 2 years is actually how it would be spent, and we could kind of create it as a fundraising plan over 2 years? Or would this be the type of thing that, like, you know, we would need all of that in hand, everything done by, you know, May 2026?
Thanks, John. I'm going to give you my optimistic view, right? Because if you're not optimistic, then what are you, right? So basically, this is a concurrent process, and I've been in discussions, you know, with Hillary, with Amy, and David. You know, we are pushing forth to get this permit approved as soon as possible, and giving all, you know, the information that DES desires to do that, while also putting our preparations forward for fundraising at the same time. What I want, what my goal is, and what, you know, my push and our BLA's push to our whole membership is to say, do we want to wait another year? Do you want to wait another year where you can't use this lake with your grandkids, when you can't, you know, go out there and things are shut down, and your dog goes and you know, drinks out of this water and dies? Do we want to wait one more year? Now, I'll be the first one to tell you, I don't feel that we should have to pay for this. I mean, this is, the New Hampshire guidelines are very, you know, very straightforward. The state of New Hampshire owns the water. The state of New Hampshire owns the water. The state of New Hampshire owns the sediment, right? But the reality is there is a lack of funding for that effort, right? With no income tax, with no this, that, whatever side of the scale you're on, there are inadequate monies to fund the obligations that the state has, right? And you know, I've talked with David and Amy. They could use more staff. I mean, this is, you know, this is a situation that the money's just not there. So we have to make the decision. Like, our taxes, our property taxes are high. They're going to get reassessed next year. They're going to go higher. I really don't like having to pay all this tax and then have to also fund, you know, additional monies. I have personally put in over $20,000 since 2022 between donations to Baboosic and doing this on my own to fund what has been done and presented here tonight. Now, I'm not trying to brag about it. I'm not trying to, you know, whatever, but like, that is a personal obligation that I've made because I believe that this is the only solution that we have. It is the best solution that we have. So, you know, we are going to ask people to donate what they can, and entities what they can and what they're comfortable with. It's not the greatest economy unless you're, you know, bought a bunch of NVIDIA or, you know, own a data center, right? But in general, you know, this is about what you want from this water body And if you want to be able to enjoy this, if you want to invite your family for a trip to come to this lake on August 10th, okay, I think it is worth this investment to make, right? And for your campers, 414 kids, 500 kids, they don't want to come from New York City and go in a green soup, right? And they didn't come up here to go in a big oversized pool, right? They came out here to learn how to water ski, and that doesn't necessarily happen just in July. Then maybe they want to do it in August. So every single person, we're going to ask inwardly, what is this worth to you? Okay. And, we're not going to ask for the money. If for some reason this permit isn't approved, then, it'll be a staggered approach, but we're going to be looking for pledges. And the second that this permit comes live, which I hope is reasonably soon, okay, that's when we're going to start gathering the money and the funds to do it. And I want to call up Dominic, on May 1st and say, hey, get your ass out here with that boat and get ready to start dumping, alum in here and get this going. So does that answer your question, John?
Yeah, can you just remind me like what the window of the permitting time is roughly, optimistically and conservatively?
I mean, listen,
John,
I don't want to pressure
John,
David, but yeah.
I can give you an update on the permitting process. So we've been going back and forth with Hillary for a little while here. Back in beginning of the summer, we provided a letter with some outstanding items relative to the permit application that they received. Hillary's obviously had a very busy summer doing her other work. She's looking forward to getting that back to us. We, like I said, anticipate that once we have a completed application in hand, that we would take about 60 days to approve it. So, we think that if we're able to determine the application is complete sometime this fall, that we would be working through that this winter and would have an approved application if things go well sometime by late winter, early spring, which would be ample time to prepare for a treatment if funding is available to complete the treatment by this upcoming, by spring or early summer 2026.
I just put a little bit more clarification in the chat as absolute end dates. I would say that we should have your full complete application no later than January to give us plenty of time to get a permit out to you. And you should have all of your funding in hand by March or April, because Solitude is going to need an advance payment on the aluminum treatment, and you'll have applicator costs starting for pretreatment monitoring as soon as the ice goes out, if there is ice on the lake after the winter or through the winter. So those are probably the absolute dates. Yeah.
You read my mind. Thank you.
We work together. All right. Last question from Stephen, and then I think we're going to call it.
Just a quick question. I'm curious if for some odd reason we're not able to raise the funding, how long is this permit good for?
Permit's only good for 1 year.
1 year, okay.
The year that it's issued.
Yeah, so Amy's correct. The 3 permits we've written previously, we've written them for 1 year. So that's what we probably would do again this time.
Is there an avenue if for some reason, I mean, I'm assuming you wouldn't make us do this whole thing all over again, because that would be insult to injury. But
yeah, no. What I will say, as I've told Obadiah and Hillary, that as we've entered into each one of these projects for the previous 3 lakes, we consider them cooperative projects. We would not let them go forward through the application process if we didn't feel like the money, the timing, and the project was right.
Thank you.
Representative Rung just added some additional information in the chat about some possible future funding mechanisms in the legislature this year. That money wouldn't be realized right away, though.
And I would state that Rosemary Rung has been very helpful, to myself and to our organization. So thank you, Rosemary. And again, if you live in Merrimack, vote for her. She's done a great job for our lakes and supporting DES as well. And I would just say, David and Amy, you will have the updated final permit application within the upcoming week. So that will be in your hands and ready for review. And again, I would just ask that, if there's any questions or concerns, you could bring them at your earliest convenience. We will expedite getting those questions answered.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
I think with that, yeah. With that, I'd like to thank, Amy for setting this up. This was very helpful. I never could have done it. David, thank you, for your help as well and being available, and everyone, tonight, taking time out of your evening. Again, we're all available. I'm available for questions. We'll be reaching out to everybody and, again, going over fundraising ideas and things like that. So you'll be hearing from us, and yes, happy to answer anything anytime. Thank you all.
And before you all hop off, I just wanted to let you know that this recording is going to be posted on the DES website on our YouTube channel, and I'm going to call it the Baboosic Lake Alum discussion. So whoever wasn't able to attend tonight, you can share the recording link with them, and I'll send it out to Obadiah and others to distribute to the lake community. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Night.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Right.